Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the NDA podcast. I don't seem to have any music again. Hold on. This is so weird. Everything worked fine. I fixed it last night and then nothing. So my guess is it has something to do with the virtual camera not sending audio out through this version of OBS. Because it's playing, and when I've recorded, I did recordings and it recorded all the audio last night. Hmm. 'Cause it's clearly playing. Okay, okay. Okay, folks. I'm just gonna have to do it manually, and then I'll figure it out later. So let's try this one actually. See, it's supposed to play all of these, but this is only gonna play one, I believe, right? So right now I gotta do it through the stupid StreamYard thing. Okay. If I can't get this working, I don't know. I'll figure something out. It's like, it's always a trade-off with these stupid services. Like, you can have the stream working, but not one thing. It always takes something away. It's ridiculous. It drives me nuts to no end. But I'm not going to. I will figure it out. Like it's something to do in OBS with virtual camera is not playing the desktop audio through the virtual camera. I can record it. It's there. It's not sending it in. So I will have to deal with that later. It's like I don't have 5 hours a day to work on this, so bear with me. What I think I'm going to do is take all the music I have and make one MP3, and then I'm going to play it through. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the music I have, make one long MP3, and put that into this system so it repeats that. So I never have to deal with this again. Problem solved. All right. So problem solved. I will do that tonight. That's the easiest, fastest thing until I have an entire Saturday to work this out. Right now, I don't have an entire Saturday because I'm busy working on Spawn. Spills every Spawn. I'm going to show you how I digitally inked the cover to issue 2. Issue 2 is out this week. That is what's playing behind me. So let me go ahead and just open up here, and we'll go ahead and hit play. And you're going to see me digitally ink this sucker. I recorded at least 2 hours of it. I don't think I recorded the whole thing, but yeah, I recorded a grip. So you'll get to be able to see that. This will play in the background while I work on new pages. Wrapping up issue 5. And you can see the finished little version right in the top corner. Again, available this week at all your local comic book shops. All right. So this was me. To give you some context, this is when I was first really working out my digital inking process in Photoshop. For the first 2 issues was really difficult. I had a way of drawing, but it was super loose, sketchy stuff. Never like super clean. And to do super clean required a tremendous amount of effort. And so I was trying to avoid that tremendous amount of effort part and make it all flawless. On this cover, I discovered a trick. So you're going to see me manually ink this using some inking brushes that I modified from Kyle's brushes. Kyle T. Webster used to do these Photoshop brushes. And so I made my own versions of certain ones, modified. I changed the shapes, changed the settings, but I got it to work essentially the way I wanted it to. And then what happens is I get to the background and I'm like, I don't want to redraw the background. It looked pretty good as it is, more or less. So I discovered a little trick in Photoshop by using adjustment layers, by using black and white, posterize, and threshold, and using some custom little switches on that. It will then bitmap or rasterize my sketches into solid inks non-destructively. So on top of that, I then add all my extra ink textures and splats and stuff. And then I flatten that and turn that into the final inks. So that is the process I've been using for the entire book since this cover, which avoids me doing what you see here, which is re-inking the whole thing twice. And a little bit of a problem with this is I started to like create new shapes when the original shapes were pretty good enough. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah. This is definitely the hard way. You know, like anything else, you do it the hard way and then you iterate and work out how to streamline without affecting the quality. And nobody can tell the difference between what I'm doing now and the hard way. Like I have totally worked that out. And I will do demos on all this in the future, you know, like we'll do full demos on how to do that. I don't know how to replicate the adjustment layer technique in Clip Studio Paint or Procreate. As far as I understand, they don't really use adjustment layers. So I don't know. You know, you'll have to figure that one out. But I will show you my non-destructive way of doing that. Cool part about this, the digital inking way, is see I can go straight through. I can draw through, so all the lines connect. You know, and then I just there. So just do a new layer, draw through, merge down. Do a new layer, draw through, merge down, and that just lets the lines connect all the way through. You know. But my brushes, I tend to do a diamond brush shape and a big, wobbly, uneven round for thick and thin for character stuff. I have additional brushes to give me that sort of Terry Austin, like super Terry Austin, that McFarlane, spotty, Denny Mickey, little dot stuff. I got some brushes that will do that, but not to like their extent, but fairly close, you know, like. So I tend to use those for backgrounds now to help build up little ink textures to give it that Spawn feel while still retaining my little animation style. I don't really do the Todd Danny Mickey thing at all. It's not how I draw. But here, you know, it's fine. I mean, it gives the book its own look, right? So my inking style probably looks, I'd say, somewhere closer to somewhere between Bill Watterson and Carlos Maglia. And that's just having me stared at. I've been staring at it for like a year. Like, it's not intentional. It's like, I guess I'm going for this. I mean, definitely it's intentional for some backgrounds. There's definitely some exterior shots in the first 3 books where actually in all the books where like I'm intentionally drawing maybe a Watterson style tree or something like that, but that's just like, you know, paying homage, you know, more than anything else. But those type of things are somewhere between super technical and loosey-goosey, right? But these brushes are nice because they give you an imperfected edge, you know, they give you a nice imperfect edge, and yeah. And the diamond shape is what gives me the thick and thin, because you see you can draw from the center of the brush, and then as you move out you get the thick. Right now, it can, if you're moving too fast, you create these weird janky jaggy things, but I have learned to control most of it, but it's still a work in progress. It's still a work in progress. In the meantime, folks, I'm going to be drawing on my computer and recording what I'm doing. So video's gonna play in the background. If you have any questions or comments or anything, just feel free to ask in the comments, or in the future leave them in the comments below. I will answer them. I'm just gonna double check that I'm working on YouTube. Great, everything's working. Because I got like a weird green screen last time on YouTube. And, not last time, but like 2 episodes ago. All right. There we go. So the basis for this cover was my writer requested, John Layman, Mr. Layman requested a Days of Future Past homage. And I was like, huh, okay. So I started laying that out, and I ran into a problem. My character is not Wolverine human size. So couldn't really see him. Unless to have the movie post, to have the wanted posters behind him, and to have the characters, he was really tiny. Unless I made it all about the cape, and I didn't really want to do that, so I decided to give him an insane Malboja gun, like a Malbolge gun or whatever. So it's a gun that has the head of Malboja on it. Now, is it a little difficult to read? Yeah, a little difficult to read, but the bigger they are, the easier it is to read. So maybe they'll do a poster. Yeah. I definitely got a note about that after the fact. Like, hey, moving forward, watch how much stuff you're putting on a cover. I'm like, all right, fair enough. We did 3 homage covers on this one. I don't know if I would do that many again. I'd probably just come up with my own layouts and maybe do like 1 or 2 homage covers. Maybe even none. I don't know. Kind of depends. I just think like with homages, a lot of times it's kind of like they've all kind of really been done, and unless I can add something to it, you know, I feel like what's the point? So I try to add a little something on issue 4, so it's not the exact same. Even on this one, like on every one, I've tried to add a little something. It's not exactly the same thing. On this one, I wanted to give him like commando spawn gear. Commando spawn gear. So I do work on a Cintiq. I like it because it's big, closer to an animator's desk, so I can draw with my whole arm. Personal preference, you know, I prefer to draw with my arm than my wrist. So, you know, defeats carpal tunnel. Let's go ahead and do a little promotion. All right. But see, I can draw through, right? So, now, this is probably why I'm never gonna draw monthly comics, because I do shit like draw through. And it just eats up time. It's like it's good at approximating in pencils, but then once you have to render it, it's just double the work, you know? It's double the work, my friends.
He says, could your drawing skills transfer over to a job like a courtroom sketch artist?
No, I think caricature is better for that. You got to draw like in seconds, man. I think if you can do caricatures like at the fair, I think that would be a better. I did that when I was younger. I hate it. So I'm more of an iterative artist. Like I start with the shape, turn the opacity down, build up the shape, you know, turn the opacity down, build up stuff. So it's probably closer to painting in that respect. My ability to sketch, sure, but the process is no good for that kind of environment. I would work on plein air and caricature stuff if you were going to do that. Good question. I gotta be honest. Never got asked that one before. I don't know if anything I do is transferable to what anyone else does. You know, I'm being a little facetious there, but it kind of like everything I do sort of is based around like my strengths and weaknesses more than, you know, industry standards, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I do the best I can with the tools I got. Put it that way. Like, how can I make this work? How can I make this work? You know, I'd never done a fully inked comic on my own before this. It was always like pencils. I did do a digitally drawn one before back in 2008, but it never got released. I did like the full issue, and then they just I did the full issue minus the last page because it took them a year to agree on the script, and I just refused to finish it when they did. I was like, you guys just disappeared for a year and you expect me to continue this? You know? But that was not like this, man. There was a lot of pen tool, and it was very slow and methodical. It was not like drawing anything clean. It was like rough pencils with like technical stuff. So to find a process digitally that mimics how I would go down on paper, how I would lay down the art on paper, took me really. I didn't really have it figured out till I did this series. I'm gonna be honest about it. And that was just like necessity. Like, well, you know, I need to be able to finish. Knowing the kind of things I like to draw, I need to be able to finish the art. GZ says, do you think in your latter years you would embrace AI to bring to life what is in your head? No, I would not use AI to bring to life whatever's in my head. No. Even if AI wasn't based off artist stuff, no. You know, Hayao Miyazaki is literally storyboarding entire films and animating sequences in his 80s. So no, I would not use
anything, because it's not mine. It's some computer made it up. At that point, honestly, man, like I feel AI is it's not AI. They're limited learning machines. So let's use the correct terminology. There's no mind here. It's a limited learning machine. So LLMs are the byproduct of CEOs wanting more productivity to pay less people wages. That is what it is. It is draw faster, draw faster. And you've really seen it in the art space the last, especially the last 10, 15 years, where it's just everyone's like, hey man, how long did it take you to do this? How long did it take you to do this? How long did it take you to do this? And then they keep trying to make things go faster. And it's like, we don't have a productivity problem. We have a quality problem. One, I think one could argue there's too much stuff on the market. You can't keep track of all of it. And this just allows you to make more garbage. And I can kind of prove it because I come from t-shirts, licensed apparel. I did licensed apparel for somewhere between 10 years full-time, an additional 5 years freelance. I don't do it anymore. But I worked on everything from Star Wars, Marvel, Spider-Man 3 through Civil War. And in that time, when I started in 2005, in a physical art department, t-shirts were like, you had to do one completed shirt a day. One completed shirt. Because there's only so many spots at Walmart or Hot Topic or JCPenney's or Macy's or whatever. Zoomies. When I left, I was doing about five completed shirts a day, and sometimes 20 completed shirts a day if they were like word-based generic tees. 20 for the same spots. Just so a buyer had options. So artists in the art department and freelancers would take as many shortcuts as they could, usually stealing people's layouts, stealing people's art. And so you'd always see these posts, like someone on Etsy would go, my design is at Old Navy. My design is at this, because it's the only way. You can't conjure up those many ideas. Nobody can. I don't care how young you are. People in the prime of their career can't conjure up that much stuff every day. And there's no reason to. When we used to send packages to Walmart or any major store, I'll use Walmart because fuck them. When we'd send packages to Walmart, there used to be like 20 designs. And then by the time I left, there was 300 to 800 designs in a package for the same. They're only going to buy one. And then it turned into a thing where they got so tired of looking at the volume of stuff. The buyer said, you tell us what you think will work. And what they meant by that was, when it doesn't sell, it's your fault there's a chargeback and not them. But like I said, this just forced it got artists like tracing everything in Illustrator. So Illustrator vector tracing took off because of that sort of thing. They're just tracing every little item, and all for the sake of productivity. We used to hand draw everything. Every shirt was hand drawn, and they'd say, no, but this makes everything clean. They didn't make a better shirt because they're still putting like distressed stuff on there. They're janking it up. That it had to do with being able to steal stuff. So eventually people get sued over that. And whatever AI does, it's going to steal from somewhere. Whatever limited learning machines do, they're going to steal from somewhere. It's how it's based. And even if it didn't, then a limited learning machine will produce the same thing for someone else. So now you and someone else have to fight over who came up with it. Good luck. I just prefer to make my own stuff, And I will always make my own stuff. And if it looks dated and old, then it looks dated and old. I'll know when to hang up the hat. But integrity is integrity, man. And I'm not playing that game of like, make 300 more things, but now we have AI and it's all going to be garbage. Because, like I said, I've seen this play out in another industry, and it's just no different. There was a period of time where they were only producing shirts based off style guides. They would drag style guides on the shirts. And so then you go to Walmart, everyone has the same shirt. She said, when someone's making music, it's understood that they're using a digitized version of a wood instrument brace. No one, yeah, but those are set in packages where someone manually creates that, and then they send out samples, and then you pay for a license for those samples. And anytime you're paying a high price to use those samples, no one's getting paid for these samples. No one volunteered into the programs. No one was asked. They just took your stuff and did that. So no, not the same thing. When you make a t-shirt for Marvel and you put on even a character from an issue of a comic, you have to specify where you got it from. And even if you got it from their comics, they may not let you use it because the rights on individual comics depend on whatever creator had a deal. So you have to use it from their packages and from their digital asset management servers, which are called DAMs. I'm extremely familiar with this. GZD, like very familiar with this. So it's like the fan art thing. People would say, you don't own your fan art because it's not your character. And you're right. It's not my character. I don't own the fan art. But you want to know something? I've sat in every meeting behind doors where the lawyers for these companies tell us, don't use fan art because you know why? They don't own the art. We don't own the characters, but Marvel and Walmart and whoever else doesn't own the art. And if they print your fan art on t-shirts, you can sue them and win. So that's why they hire people. That's why you get paid when you made art for Marvel or DC. They just don't take shit for free because that's how capitalism's supposed to work, and supposed to. But the human mind has to make it, and then they have to be willingly a part of that. If you're not, then they're stealing. It's really simple, man. Case in point, Shepard Fairey got sued over the Obama poster he did back in the day. And because he traced a photo he didn't own the rights to. And he's like, but it's a public figure. Yeah, but it's a person's photo. You can't just trace someone else's photo and give it away or make money off it. You have to pay for the rights. You have to option that. Chauncey, good evening, Rob. How are you? I'm good, man. So it's just going to take a couple really good lawsuits, and they're going through now in court. And eventually, people will find that limited learning machines are just a giant liability issue. They're going to be called liability learning machines because they learn how to be more liable for getting sued. And you can, folks can be, some folks out there, I'm not saying you, I don't know you, GZ, but some people out there will put their head in the sand and pretend like it's not true. Go ahead, see what happens. But I've already seen this play out many, many times in another industry that just people don't know about. I'm willing to bet that most of you out there, 99% of you out there, have never ever once gone to a store and wondered who designed the shirt, or even know who. How about this? You don't know who designed the shirts you buy. But I generally do from the major companies. I know, I can tell you which studio made it. I can tell where it came from, who was probably the art director at the time they did it. So I know the lawsuits, many lawsuits. There was one, I worked at a company called ODM once, and they were known for doing those like airbrush cars you see at Walmart, and this guy went to an auto show and took photos of cars and then just trace them in Photoshop, airbrush them. And he left not only the license plate on the car, the owner of the car was actually in it at the time, and the guy airbrushed the owner of the car. So this guy goes to Walmart and sees his car on a shirt in Walmart. Well, that cost them $1 million. $1 million. So I'm telling you, I know how this is going to pan out. Little chunks of people's art will be in those limited learning machines. They'll find them. It's a small world. People will see their little bit in there, and then they're going to have to go back to the company that did it, and they're going to have to give up their algorithm, and the algorithm will show where it pulled from. It's going to pull from a data set that had that art in it. They're going to pull it up, and it's going to say, yeah, you stole their shit, and they're going to be liable. So the wheels of justice move slowly, but ever they turn. So Just because you think, just because not you, but because people think it hasn't happened and it won't. It not how legal shit moves really slowly. But once it does, once there's precedent, it's over. It's over, and it will happen. I mean, I've seen people post stuff. I can tell it came from J. Scott Campbell or Art Gurm or Nicholas Cole, you know, or Megan Hetrick. I've seen stuff with Megan's art in there before. That's ridiculous. So it's going to happen. Photos, especially the photos, the one they think that this was a human you've never seen before. I guarantee you it came from a human. And at some point, something from that human will appear that's not so masked, and they'll see and they'll get sued. So we just have to weather the storm until then. Some B says, from what I understand, running the machines are expensive. Yeah, but Silicon Valley, ever since Facebook has been run on move fast and break things. I mean, that's been their motto. So they don't really care how things are expensive. Their whole goal is to disrupt other industries or put them out of business so fast that they're the only thing left standing. And then they'll make it up in the back end by being the only one left standing. So they don't really care about how much it costs to run it. Their business model is to lose money until they're the only one left standing, and then they'll clean up after the fact. So that's why, if you look at any of my stuff, I've been posting my art actively under my name on the internet since 2005. Before then, it was in message boards like sketchbooks, sketchbook sessions, or the force.net. But I've been posting my stuff as Rob Duenas, and then as a 2005, Sketchcraft as a 2010 or 11, somewhere around there. And I've always shown my process. I've always shown like all the steps for this exact reason, because I have to show where it came from. Because the t-shirts, like I've just learned in t-shirts, always show where everything you did came from. Always be 100% transparent, because I never want to be accused of stealing ever by anyone, you know. JDR says, hey, JDR, new person. Hey, Rob, I was wondering, who are your biggest artist inspirations when drawing? Anything from mid 80s to late 90s. That's about my biggest influences. So Jim Davis, Bill Watterson, Drew Struzan, Bill Sienkiewicz, Tom McFarlane, Carlos Meglia, Jeff Smith. I never leaned on any one thing. It was always a multitude. Yonan Vasquez and 1993's Joe Quesada, right? Eric Larson, Ralph Bakshi, Don Bluth was a huge influence for certain. I'd say maybe in more recent years, I love Yo-Yo Shinari, right? Like Studio Trigger stuff. All that stuff's amazing. Gets a little less as we go along, because I get more inspired by things I kind of grew up with. Have you posted on DeviantArt? Have I posted on? Yeah, I've been on DeviantArt since 2005. It's under Rob Duenas, Duenas. So you can see me there. I have seen some of my drawings turn into cosplay. I did a Black Peter Parker Spider-Man design in 2009. 2009. It's time-stamped. About a year before Miles Morales was created, where he wears a green army parka and he has a black and red outfit. And yeah, and that's been cosplayed a few times. GDR, how did it feel when you were asked to do a Spawn? Oh man, well, I'm a huge Spawn guy, so I own 3 pages of actual Spawn art, Capullo stuff. I still have all my Spawn posters. I have the first 120 issues of Spawn. So I was at San Diego Comic-Con in '92 when Spawn launched. So I just couldn't believe it at first. Like I had to make certain it was Todd's account, you know, because Todd just DM'd me on. He DM'd me on Instagram. Instagram, of all places. So, and then it was just a matter of, you know, securing a meeting, and then, you know, he was like you to draw a spawn kill. Originally it was like spawn kills everyone part 3, you know, or volume 3. He's like, I want you to draw spawn kills everyone 3. And I was like, all right. And but there was this delay. There was a delay. I was like, with anything else, you know, Todd was gonna write it himself, and then he got busy. And so what I did was I just started drawing things because I didn't want them to like forget about it. So I just kept drawing character designs and concept art, and I did like some Calvin and Hobbes homages, but with Spawn. I've posted some of those on DeviantArt if you want to see them there. And then that got it. Everyone was posting them on their computers in the Spawn offices, so that got me another meeting where they finally hunkered down and decided what to do. And they eventually hired a writer. So that that led to that. But you know, I mean, at one point it's a Spawn comic. On another hand, it isn't. You know, it's really its own thing. You know, it's a parody comic at the end of the day. So it's like, you know, it's lore, but it's also like, I've tried to like put, when Spawn's in there, it's like, it's not a goofy Spawn, it's a stylized Spawn, but it's not like Mad Magazine. It's more like, you know, stylized graffiti Spawn. I don't know how you'd call it. JD says, was inspired by, no, I mean, I don't know. I think you got to ask Todd. He come up with that, but this particular sort, no, it's its own thing. Look, if it were up to me, I had a storyline I pitched, and you know, they're like, "You're an artist." You know, now they didn't say anything. I pitched them my idea for the story, and then they just, you know, nod and move on. So. But it's called Spawn Kills Every Spawn because I drew all the spawns, and I was like, I pitched Todd, like I put up character designs for Spawn and then Chibi spawns, and I drew all the spawns. And Todd asked me, what would you like to draw? He goes, you know, he's like, anytime I work with the artist, I like to know what they draw, what they want to draw, you know? So I told him I've always wanted to draw all his characters. So he came up with Spawn Kills Every Spawn, based on me wanting to draw the characters. And then when John took over, it became John's story. And John has done what John wrote what John wrote. So it's definitely its own thing. You'll have to ask John Layman what inspired him. I haven't even asked him. Sadly, writers and artists don't get to hang out much, as you'd think. You know, I wish we could. I wish, you know, I wish we did hang out more often. Like, but the industry's not really like that. You get handed stuff, and then you just got to go and get to it. So. GZ says, have you seen the Crow movie trailer? What do you think? Is his story similar to Spawn? I saw the original Crow in the theaters in '94. I don't think it's anything like that, other than, no, Al Simmons was originally murdered. And in the Crow, it's his girlfriend and him were murdered, and it's his love of his girlfriend who was murdered and seeking vengeance. So, I mean, there's nothing really new about that, you know? I mean, that's Shakespearean, you know? To be honest, I think Spawn owes more visually to Bill Sienkiewicz's The Shadow. He did a Shadow series in the late 80s. I've never been able to ask Todd this, but as a fan, I own it. And there's the way Todd draws hair is very similar. And there's two characters. One's called Burke, and I think his name is Burke, but he's a big fat dude with dark hair. And the other guy's named Twitchowitz, and they look exactly like Sam and Twitch. So if I had to say modern Spawn was inspired by anything, it's probably Bill Sienkiewicz's Shadow run. Go check it out. But you never want to be the guy who brings that up in case they get offended. Like I don't need to piss off my boss. What do I care? I'm sure he'd be like, "Oh, but I was inspired by everything." I mean, he drew Spawn when he was in high school. I mean, he's got the drawings to prove it. I even put them in the first issue. So clearly he was more of a Spider-Man Doctor Strange, but the 92 version I think owes more to Sienkiewicz's The Shadow than anything else. And Cerebus to some extent with the way the lettering was done. I do wish the Spawn movie was more like the Crow movie. But nothing's really like the Crow movie, to be honest with you. So I don't think Spawn should be a live action film. That's just my opinion. And, I'd be willing to tell Todd that I think Spawn should be animated. It lends itself to amazing designs. For me, Spawn, if it were to be an animated film, would look like Arcane with Capullo and Todd's art styles merged together, And it would be angels versus demons, heavy metal, superhero stuff, I just don't think live action works for Spawn at all. That's my opinion. Watch, I'll get an email tonight. Are you telling everyone Spawn don't work as a movie? Well, Todd, no, I don't think it would. Prove me wrong. If it comes out to be a fantastic film, I'd be like, all right, I eat my words. I actually think if you were going to do Spawn live action, Zack Snyder might be your better pick for that. But it would need a script not written by Zack Snyder. Jeezy says, how about live action with Sin City art direct? I don't like the Sin City movie. And the art direction, I think, on that is... we've already seen it's a one-trick pony. The Spirit, it didn't work, and it didn't work for Sin City 2. And Sin City is one of those movies that I really enjoyed the first time I saw it. And the second time I saw it, I was like, oh, this falls apart. It would have worked better animated. I don't think it works better live action. It just looks flat and like a TV show. I don't know. It doesn't look very good. Nope. No, I don't think so. I think it should be animated. I stand by it. It's like I don't want a live action Mario Brothers. When it comes to I don't want a live action Jim Lee's Wildcats. I'd like an animated Jim Lee's Wildcats. So I just think like Street Fighter, these designs are over the top and they're designed for art. I don't think they're designed for realism. But that's my opinion. Just like I don't want to see a live action Calvin and Hobbes. Think about it that way. I don't want that. All right. Hmm. Work on composition. Hmm. All right. All right, that's just a spot. Sometimes I blob in things and I just spot it. Like it's not the actual blob, it's just a blob to spot the blob. And I have to remind myself it's not the final blob, dude. It's the blob holding the place for the blob. It's the dude playing the dude. Who's the other dude? All right. Okay, then panel 2. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up? Ron. What's up, Jesse? Jesse says, watching Suicide Squad Isekai. Nope, not right now. I might. I gotta be honest, man, I'm Suicide Squad the fuck out, dude. For some reason, DC Warner Brothers thought to make Suicide Squad their Avengers, and I just don't care, at this point. I've seen enough. It's 2 movies, a full video game, an unfinished Jim Lee comic. I'm tapped out on Suicide Squad, dude. Completely. So Am I glad it's animated by a great anime studio? Absolutely. Do I wish they had applied that to anything else? Swamp Thing, Plastic Man, anything else but Suicide Squad. So I'm done, dude. I can't take any more of it. That game bombed hard. Even if it was a great game, like I'm just bombed out on. I'm bombed out on the subject material. Like, okay, I've seen it. I think James Gunn's Suicide Squad and Peacemaker are a good 1-2 punch. And if I never have to sit through Suicide Squad again, I'll be happy. You know, and Mutant Command or Creature Commandos, it's like it's just Suicide Squad again, but with monsters. So, I mean, James Gunn wrote it, so I guess. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. You know, quality at this point has little to do. It's just, as I said, it's the concept. I get it. I get it. You want to watch Kite Man, but you just never do. You know, like they have all those Wildstorm things, and it's like, I don't know, man. You know, they have a lot of things they can do. Give Gendy Tartakovsky an animated Plastic Man, right? And that I'd like to see. But, you know, your son has gotten into Juju Kaisen. So we're both watching it. Yeah, it's pretty big with the kids. That's why when I hear things like Lucasfilm going, "We're gonna go after the kids," I'm like, don't. The kids are watching Demon Slayer and Juju Kaisen. They're not watching whatever. They're not watching Hallmark movies. I was a huge fan of that Batman Ninja short they did 10 years ago, but it never went anywhere. So, or Kung Fu Ninja, or whatever it was. It wasn't the CGI one, the hand drawn one. But I'm not the best person to talk to about DC animation because I haven't liked anything they've really done since Return of the Joker. So, you know, I'm not really the guy to speak to for that. You know, can't tell you why that is, but I didn't like the Dark Knight Returns adaptation. I didn't, you know. Red Hood was kind of good, but I still preferred the art design of the animated series to that, so it just doesn't speak to me. It doesn't speak to my soul, man. Cave Crusaders is 6. Yeah, I don't like it. I like the art direction on the intro credits, but I hated all the designs and the look of it. I'm like, look, just do more animated. You're not topping the designs from the Batman animated series or New Adventures, so it's like just, you know, and do something that is like that, but make it more artistic. Stop doing the really clean CGI backgrounds. Do painted backgrounds, or give me something that feels more artistic. And it wasn't my thing, man. I just quit. I was like, yeah, not into it. Sorry. Not for me. I didn't like the Justice League cartoon back in the day. I was super excited for it. I went to Comic-Con. I sat in that room forever to watch it. And I was like, okay, it's all fights and battles and cameos. There's no stories. So, you know, at that point, like Bruce Timm and them just went to like whatever storytelling mechanic they were into prior to that was gone. And so I'm like, yeah, not my thing. I know people love that cartoon. I didn't care. So, and it hasn't really changed since. I'm not gonna rant about it and be like, no, I just, it's about the same as anything they've done, from my opinion. I want it more artistic. That's what I want. But yeah, they're just not topping those 90s designs, dude. And those 90s designs already looked like they came from the 30s and 40s. They didn't need to, I don't know. So I just, not for Rob. It's like when they did the year 1 adaptation and there's no shadows. No shadows in the animation. It's all clean. I'm like, you can't do something based off Magicelli's art and not have shadows in it. And then the end credits had shadows, and I'm like, why didn't you just make the whole series look like the end credits? Or the whole project, the movie. So I was like, I don't know, man. I call it LA animation, and I didn't even coin that. That came from my art teacher who animated, on Oliver and Company and Little Mermaid, and it's I don't know. It's like anything else, it's a group think. But the DC animated shows to me are exactly like the Star Wars stuff we're getting now, where they all have the name Batman on it, but none of it's really connected to anything. They're all taking place in different time periods of their own individual universes in a way. They don't really connect in any meaningful way. You don't follow any kind of narrative. So it's like the Batman animated stuff, all that stuff was in the same universe. So I could at least follow it. By the time you get to the Sub-Zero direct to DVD bit, you started to see the cracks. And then the Justice League thing, if it's your thing, hey man, have at it, Haas. They're not making them for me. They're making them for someone else. Oh, this is really weird because I like stupid shit. I like fun, corny stuff. I like the new Turtle stuff. I just don't really care for the lack of ninjas, and I'm not a big fan of April's design. I don't care what people think. I'm just not a fan of it. But that's fine. It's still a good show. Extremely well animated. New Turtles cartoon's extremely well. I also don't like Splinter's design, but I just somewhere between the Mirage comics and the first Turtles cartoon, figure it out. You're not really topping a lot of those designs. The only thing I've ever added that I thought might work is if Splinter was a tiny little rat, and he had a mouser. That's why I drew that cover with the Splinter mouser thing. I think making Splinter super tiny, that way he's more like Yoda, he's not human size, would mean they have to protect him more, but he can hold his own. He can do ninja magic and shit like Egg Shen and Big Trouble Little China. I think maybe the theory on Caped Crusader was they'd already did Batman Beyond, so you know where everyone ends up. But I'm like, most people never seen that shit, man. Most people never saw Batman Beyond. So just tell new stories, and if they line up with that continuity, they do or they don't, you know? You can easily say Batman Beyond was an alternate continuity. You can get away with that one, I think. John says there's enough crossovers these days. Why not Turtles team up with Jack Burton? Oh, I know, right? I always wanted them. Like I said, the first fan script I ever wrote was when I was in the 3rd grade, and it was Ghostbusters and Big Trouble in Little China. I was like Big Trouble in New York or whatever. I don't know. It was like Ghostbusters. Because the firehouse is in the movie. In real life, the firehouse is the same firehouse in Ghostbusters. They shot it the same interior. So I was like, what if the firehouses are all like connected to like underground things, and there's like spirits and stuff, and Ghostbusters just takes place on the West Coast, and Big Trouble in Little China is on the West Coast and Ghostbusters on the East Coast. I mean, there could be those firehouses connected throughout the Midwest, in Chicago, you know, and each one has their own like protectors, and Jack Burton and Venkman, the Turtles would work with Big Trouble 100%. I mean, honestly, dude, that's where Casey Jones comes from. Kevin Eastman even said he based Casey Jones off Jack Burton. 100%, dude. Yeah, ghost portals and the firehouses. They're all connected to, So Casey Jones is literally Jack Burton. Man, we live in a world where the Turtles have teamed up with Batman 700 times, but never Daredevil. You figure that one out. Says they jump into the future and run into Snake Plissken. Yeah, the last Ronin could team up with Snake Plissken. John Carpenter. Could have John Carpenter team up on the script, But man, a lot of people love the cartoon, so I wish them the best of luck. Glad to see animators being paid to animate, you know? Hey, I got nothing to do with the ads, my man. That's YouTube. If I turn them off, they don't share the channel. If I turn them on, I just turn them on to balanced, because low means they won't share. They still don't. They only share on aggressive and balanced, and I refuse to put it on aggressive. So that's the best I can do. Apologies. Yeah, they're not my sponsors, they're YouTube sponsors. I have no sponsors. I don't even do a Patreon. Never have. I don't like that hand. I have to give that hand a second pass. Belt is digging into my tummy. Sometimes I'm like, where did I put where? There we go. Ah. My guess is I think Cave Crusader is trying to put more shadow into Batman. And that's where Batman comes from. Batman is just from the shadow, like almost 100%. Even the name Commissioner Gordon comes from the shadow. Even the Batman Begins theme song is a play off the Jerry Goldsmith theme from the Shadow movie from the 90s. It's all from the shadow. So if it feels like the Spawn, it's because Spawn, I told you, I really think comes from the 1980 Sienkiewicz Shadow. The Shadow knows. Superhero stuff you should know did a really good exact specifics on what parts of the Shadow went into Batman, right down to who wrote it, and who wrote on the Shadow, and then who eventually wrote on Batman, and who added what. It all comes from the Shadow. So I highly recommend you watch that one. Hey, what's up, Chi-viewers? I'm drawing the back. Well, I'm working on secret stuff, but behind me is a video of me drawing the cover to Spawn Kills every Spawn issue 2. Let me tell you, drawing that Capullo glove tiny is no fun. Malbolgan. 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 Malbosian. Malbolgan.
Just flip the canvas horizontally, my man. Just sit there and think. It's just sitting there thinking, isn't it? All it has to do is flip the damn canvas.
I think it's stuck. Let's flip the freaking canvas, guys. Oh, Photoshop. Why does Photoshop make flipping the canvas so difficult? Just flip. I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes and then I'm crashing Photoshop and starting over. I don't have 20 minutes to wait for Photoshop to figure out what to do. There, look, it worked. See, folks, I flipped the canvas to make sure things look right when they're flipped. I didn't invent that. That's a common technique, but especially when I'm not feeling a pose, you can see it easier from the other side. It doesn't mean it always needs to work in both directions. In fact, it kind of I think it should lean for what it was designed to be seen as. But I can sometimes, if I'm stuck, I can see the flaws better. And I can fix.
Let's see if I can do that right now. Did not work. We at the 2-hour mark? I think we're at the 2-hour mark. I definitely think we're at the 2-hour mark. Let's see if I got something else. Let's see. No, that was yeah. We completed one. Let me see what else I got, folks. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can. How about some? Let's try some traditional ones. There we go. All right, let's see. Where are the borders? Where are my border layers? There they are. Let's see here. No. And then crop this in. Yeah. Do, 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 do. That top left panel was not fun to ink. I'll tell you that much. I had to line up all the characters on that panel to the page before, which was that giant 2-page spread. So I had to line up all the characters so they matched. So I didn't hear from that one person who's like, they don't match. They match. Let's see if I can scale this to fit window a little bit better. Move it down. That's about the best I can do. Push it down. There. There you go. It changes for every video, so I gotta kind of like adjust it. Hey, what's up, Lexi? What's up? What's up? Dee-dee-dee.
I'm gonna have to get up and stretch the old legs. It's been too long. I'll let the video keep playing while I'm working, so you can see me work. But I wish I could just get up and keep working while I'm not working. So I'm gonna be back about 5 minutes or so. I'm just gonna get up, stretch, get some water. Video will keep playing. Oh wait, 1 second. I gotta wait till this saves. All right, I merged all that music into one file, so I'm gonna go ahead and play that. Just upload it. Brand. Add music. Mix. Open. Seriously? Ugh. You know what I need? I just need the audio to go through the virtual. Okay. I'm just going to pick a different track and then. Oh man, this is so dumb, dude.
It only accepts 30 megabyte. It's so stupid. Oh well. I see. Virtual cameras for video only, not audio. I see, I see, I see. I see. I see how. I see. I see why it doesn't work. Okay. So maybe the trick. Maybe the trick is let's go and kill the music for a second. All right. And let's go to settings, audio. No, there's no way to do that. That's so weird because it always worked on Streamlabs. I wonder if Streamlabs. I'm just gonna play that. I will. Microphone. Audio. Yeah, I see it. Hmm. Let me try now. Nope. I know it reduced my voice for some reason. I don't know why. Uh, let me. Boy, all these services kind of suck, huh? Let me try now. All right, how about that? The volume all the way to max. I don't want echo cancellation on. Let me just turn this mic all the way up. Yeah, this is weird. I'm used to just controlling this stuff through OBS and my own mixers, and yeah. So I wonder. let me try this, right? Let me hit that. Anything? All right, so 0 sound comes through there. Got you. That means let me try that. Boy, this is something else, guys. Let's put on some tunes. All right, I'm going to try and talk over this to see how. Yeah, I'm no good at Fortnite, Josie. We just hang out. You know, we play zero build. I got 82nd place. The guys I normally play with are pretty good, but it was just one buddy showed up today, and he's as good as me. Well, that's weird. I have to think about this.
Let me try that. Nope, same. Man, oh well. All right, let me try this track. And then we're going to take this and turn it down to 11. Maybe 15. Look at me inking Royce. There's Royce, the first backer. Let me try this. There we go. That's an hour's worth of music.
So check this out. I used to just stream directly from Streamlabs, right? To restream, and I could control everything in the mixer in Streamlabs OBS. And so I want to have people to be able to join back on, like Steven Sanchez or Mega Potato or whatever. In order to do that, I gotta like go through Streamlabs's web thing, and inside there, in order for the web app to see everything you're seeing here, I have to use a virtual cam. But the virtual cam in OBS exports no audio. So it picks up my microphone, but the quality is not as good as it was in OBS. It sounds a little bit more tinny. And I can't play any music unless I import it separately and play it how you're hearing now. So there's no real way around that. I may just have to live with it, right? Yeah, see. It really sucks. But so let's go here and we'll bump that from a 20 to a 22. So yeah, it's so weird. Whatever. I'm doing the best I can with this, folks, you know, like. If I could just add Brandon into OBS, and there's a way to do it with like Ninja Vob or some nonsense, but it's a fucking pain in the ass. You know, all this shit should be built into YouTube. All this stuff should be built into YouTube. Like, it's 2024. Everyone wants to have their friends join in, and they want your friends to join in. They all want to have big parties on streams, and then no one wants to make the software to do it. You know, I swear, were a smarter man, I would build it. But I'm, you know, I draw dumb cartoons, folks. You know, I'm not so smart. Clever, not smart. Whatever. All right, I'm gonna let this play for a bit, and then I'll be back like 5 minutes.
Hey, what's up, Psycho? Glad to see you, buddy. It's a little stuffy in my room. So, Black Shirt Rob night. It's gonna have to deal with that. So, Wavelink comes out stream mix speakers and video broadcast. So if I go to recording or audio microphone, it doesn't give me speakers. That would be the way to do it if it gave me speakers. But it just gives me the microphone. Select Wavelink Stream as the audio source in your favorite streaming. Okay. So let me go to. I'm gonna pause the music really quick because I need to hear if this is coming through, and then I'm going to go to. Wavelink. Test. Okay, that's working. We got it going. Okay, I like this. Okay. So that means I can go back to VLC. Open. XPF. Let's see if that plays. Oh, I didn't turn it on. Here. Oh wait, it's there. It's just faint. Hold on. So I'm gonna go back and turn it up. Oh, look at that. Oh man, I'm so happy. Hey, I figured it out. Old man figures out computer. Okay. Jonesy, good job, my cute little tag monster. Hey, I know. Here's why I got confused. I use the Elgato mic, and it has a software mixer, right? So it's like you have up to 8 channels, everything's filtered through, and you can control what streams and what you hear in your monitor, your headphones. Now, in that software mixer, it has an export. And it says stream mix, speakers, and video broadcast. But that isn't an option for microphone. On this streaming software, it will only import a microphone option. And that speakers isn't there, but you have to select wavelength stream for the streaming software to pick it up. So that's the trick. That's the trick. Excellent. Okay. We did it live. We did it live. And now I'm just going to test this one thing. Yeah, great. Oh, guys. And now I can stop talking about it. So everything sounds good. We're good to go. Which really good too, because again, like it just solves all sorts of problems. That might explain a few things as well. Yeah. Like when I'm streaming on other people's software now, I understand a few glitches. Perfetto. All right, now I can just get back to work here. It's crazy. The cooler it is outside, the stuffier it gets in my room. So the upside to OBS is you can control everything. The downside is you just have no idea how. Honestly, if it wasn't for this mixer software, I wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff. So. All right, something's going on. I do like that red pencil shade.
Just take your sweet time, computer. It's not like I have things to do. Jones asked me, am I a bookworm? Do I enjoy reading books that movies are based on? Do you totally give a damn? I used to enjoy novelizations or even books that movies are based on, but I read a lot of like historical fiction. But I did read what do you call it? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, you know? I like Drive. I like the book a lot. It's probably my favorite book that a movie was based off of. That I like 11/22/63. I like the book more than the TV show. And I don't like Stephen King, generally speaking. Like, I don't really care for it or any of that stuff. So it depends, you know. Edward Rutherford. Oh yeah. Yeah, like China and those books. Yeah, stuff like Edward Rutherford. You know, I really think if I was put in charge of Star Wars, I would go and buy up historical fiction books, like the best ones, and I would convert them to Star Wars stories. Like, I would have bought Shogun, but you can't do that now, you know? Right now, I'm not reading anything, but I come in and out. I know they say you have to read to write. I'm like, no, you have to be able to tell a story to write. You know, like reading, kind of, I have to be in the mood for it. Because what I don't like is when you speed read. Like, I like to give everything my full attention. So when I do, it's what I'm into. I like to really plan for if I have like time off. Like, if me and the wife go to take a vacation, I'll take a book and read it, you know? And I'll just stick to one thing.
But I'll be honest, I tend to like listen to a lot of audio novels. I have an Audible subscription, so I'll just buy some and listen to it. Like I go through all the Poirot books that are narrated by the actor who did Hastings, you know? He's very good. Right now, I got to read technical stuff. This is the new copy of Before and Afters. It's kind of like the only thing we have that's close to Cinefex. It's there's a YouTube channel, Before and Afters, or Hugo's Desk, and it's all visual effects. So this one's all on. He's interviewed all the Weta on Way of Water. And so I'm going to read through it. I mean, the print quality is minimal. It's not great, but it's $15. You know, no one else is doing it but this guy. So I got to read all this stuff this week. I do miss Cinefex, I'll tell you that much. Really think the movie industry should have banded together to say that.
Sitting on my foot. Sitting on my foot. Gotta be careful about doing that. Jonesy said they blame COVID for any instant effects. Couldn't they just start it up again now? There must be a market for this. Hey man, you got me. You got me. You know, it really is a giant crime. It's not around. You know, if I had $43 billion, I would just do it at a loss. Let me make sure it's moving. Let's zoom it. There we go. forgot. That's what I was going to do with that. Sometimes my files start to get a little complex, even for me. Where did I put? Okay, I need to start file organization time because it's getting a little wild. 1, 2, 3, 4, P4. P3, delete, P3, and delete that. Be careful on deleting layers. I won't delete things I already drew. Sometimes I do that. I go, shit. Okay. K2. That makes a lot more sense.
She says, when working from home and don't show up to a workplace every day, which can be dangerous, how important do you consider structure and planning so that one does not destroy mental and physical health? Man, there's no one answer for that. I have a saying, Jonesy. Plan for that, but that's not the plan. So, like, I have a structure and I set it up, but the reality is every day something a little bit different can come up that you didn't intend, you know? The trick is when it's when things are flowing, you know, when things are 100% working, to be as productive as possible. So when things get in the way, you're not completely thrown off by it. Like, I'll tell you right now, man, when Nintendo has a major Nintendo Direct, I don't get much work done that day. Because I'm a nerd. Other than that, like, ideally I draw 9 hours a day and 1 hour warm up. When I'm under the gun, like now, it's close to 11 hours a day and no warm up. You know? And so, like, that's why I like getting the stream all working again, the NDA, getting all this stuff to work, to be in StreamYard, to get everything working. It's like, it's important because it keeps, I like hanging out with you guys, you know? I like chatting all day. It makes me feel like I'm in an art department. But I won't lie, it ate into a little bit of my productivity to get everything working. You know, you got to be your own IT guy. You got to be your own life coach. You got to be your own physical coach. You know, I handle the food and errands, so my wife's job is the bigger priority. So if she's like, hey, I need medication picked up, that's what I do. You know, that's what I do. You know, ideally I have Saturdays off, but right now I'm not in an ideal situation. So. But I would work 9-hour days in an art department anyway. So I at least can split it up. I can do 5 and 4 or 5 and 5. When it gets into like 5 and 6, not ideal. And every now and then I'll pull the occasional, let's go as long as I humanly can. If it's to get something out the door. Not to get caught up, but if it's to finish something difficult, I will just stay up as long as I need to get it while I still have that in me. There will be a point where I can't do that anymore. And when that happens, then you're just going to see less projects coming from old Rob. You know? I mean, I used to be able to do 15 hours a day 10 years ago. So we're already, you know. The big thing I have to make sure is that I'm helping out around with all the yard work and stuff because my wife doesn't have time for it. So that's what I do. So about 40 minutes in the morning. I'm sure to always do something. I gotta go mow the lawn tomorrow. And then I'm slowly trimming out all the rose bushes for the season. And those are never fun. That's generally where I listen to audiobooks in the morning, you know? Unless I got like some new comics to read, like the new Savage Dragon comes in or something. And I spend one day reading. If I'm really not feeling it, I will just stop. I don't care deadlines or not. Like, you know, I'm not the first person in the world that missed a deadline. You know, I won't be the last. So I don't really I do my best to keep on schedule, but if something happens, I'm like, I need a personal day. I need a personal day. Well, we have a publishing thing. Well, you're not publishing it today. Fire me. Like, I rarely like take, but it has happened. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've not had a publisher freak out over it in a long time. You know, it's not ideal, but they always plan for contingencies. If you're working with a publisher that has no contingency, then you shouldn't be working with them. I'm just gonna be honest. Hey, what's up, Ashley? The last time I had someone freak out about me on that was when I was at Game Fan, and it's because, you know, I was their entire company. I was like, look, man, I can't do. I was doing everything: publishing, layouts, managing freelancers, drawing the covers. I mean, later, Jesse. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. The trick is to make sure that's the exception, not the rule, you know? You're always welcome to come on, Ashley, if you want to chat. I got the StreamYard set up. I'm not saying you have to do it now. I'm just saying if you ever wanted to. You know. Don't stress. We're not putting Ashley on the spot. Right? We do. We stream at similar times. I actually stream during the day as well, but you know me. Like, this is the time Brandon's usually available, so. Although not tonight. Yeah. Hey, I'd love to be on a call with Brandon too. Brandon's a bit of a superstar these days. Hanging out with Matthew McConaughey and Tony Robbins. But yeah, like I said, I'll definitely try to arrange that. I mean, just let me know if there's a night you can hang out where you're not streaming. I'll tell Brandon, you could be there, and we'll just punk him into doing it. You know? I'm like, look at you, bougie Brandon doesn't want to hang out with his plebe friends, you know. Yeah, no stress. Big old podcast days. Before Adpocalypse. Adpocalypse made all that stuff really not viable. Hey, what's up, Mario? Oh no, I've streamed for 12 hours before, man. Had I figured out this NDA format, when I inked the SpawnCon spread, I was up 24 hours. I would have just streamed. I've had people go to sleep for 8 hours, wake up, and come back on the streams in the past. Like, yeah. I mean, people were like, "Holy shit, you're still working?" I mean, you might be seeing a few of them while I try to get caught up. I mean, I try not to do that kind of stuff anymore, but I told you I have to. Get caught back up, so. Let's go. I know, Ash is like, do it, one of us. Like, yeah. I'll be there, Ashley, when you're 46. We'll see. We'll see how up for it you are. On the upside, I figured out the whole streaming problem with the audio, so. 9.5, yeah. Yeah, it works differently. I use virtual cam to import all the video the feed into this the web software, but I didn't realize virtual cam doesn't export audio. So the audio is coming through my mic. What I needed to do is go through my software mixer, which has my mic included. I didn't realize that. I literally figured that out an hour ago on the stream. I was like, hey, I figured it out. Look at me. Was it Bill? What was the name from Stranger Things that Sean Astin played? Was it Bob? Bob from Radio Shack will be proud. It's the one thing about working from home is you got to be your own IT. You know, it's like eats up time, man. Oh, the CGI one. Nice. Didn't know that. Yeah. Right, Ashley? And it's like, I can't always do that stuff offline because some of these effects only happen when I'm online. So, you know, people tend to like bail on streams like that. But I'm like, what can I do, man? You know? Potato. I know. It's not gonna work. No, he wants to be the Marty James. I'm like, Marty Potato. He keeps insisting he got shadow banned, and then, you know, he got a new name and still no one follows him. So I'm like, that's just the algorithm, man. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Mega used to like rat on him. You know what Mega did? I'm like, tell me what he did, so I can call him up tomorrow. Yeah, there's so many algorithms. Everyone's under a different form of punishment. There's no one. Well, eventually someone will make something that competes with all this that doesn't, and then we'll go there, and then after 5 years or so, it'll revert to this bullshit.
you know? Oh, I always lose followers when I post work. I've lost 30 YouTube subscribers since I started streaming again. Why don't you do more NDA podcasts? Well, I lose subscribers when I do that. Gang Feather says, yeah, it's because only your followers see it. And no one sees it anymore, yeah. Alrighty. P2. I may have to put a pin in it here, folks, because my feet's getting a little swolly and I need to go. I'm gonna go take a midnight walk. So, but I'm gonna be on all day tomorrow for certain, or later today, however you want to call that one. So I'll be doing another 6 or 7 hours stream during the day. Steven might join up during the day, so he says he's available then, so we'll see. But this page should have been done yesterday, so I'm getting there, folks. I'm upping the line quality too on the 5th issue, so it's like, you know, I've gotten much better at my inking style, and so like I'm just trying to get like
give it those little bit of those cliffhanger kind of like inks, you know, just a little bit more here and there on the characters, just a little bit, just a smidge more, like 20% more. But it's looking good. But I'm gonna go ahead and pause the video here, and I'll get this one going. Back tomorrow, and I'll also get I'll replay the cover stuff from earlier as well, so that'll be good. I'm gonna go ahead and put a pin in the game vid. Boosh. There we go. Productive night, though. I mean, I did get some stuff complete. We got this streaming thing solved. And so I can hit the ground running. And I gotta get this page done. And then hopefully this week get caught up. But the next 2 weeks get really caught up. So we gonna be streaming. We gonna be streaming. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. And look, honestly, since I went back to StreamYard, I'm hitting a more consistent. People are it's more visible. I don't know what it is. StreamYard seems to work better with YouTube and Facebook than anything else. You go figure. I don't know what that is. But see you tomorrow. Ashley, you have a good time. Yeah, hook up that art. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace. Yeah, I'm streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube.